Okay, testing, testing. Sounds like we are good. Okay. Check stuff over. All right, looks good. Just verifying. I trust the software. Always verify. Okay, yep, we're good. Hey, welcome back, Steppen. How are you doing on this? I'm assuming it's Sunday or Saturday for you also. I should. So I'm going to be working on some very simplistic AI today. I like going over the top on the naming. I'm not going to create the singularity this time. Next time I'll try it. If OpenAI doesn't beat me to it first. Alright. There's going to be some pretty simple stuff. This is all still prototyping. It's basically just get the enemies. So, there's two ways to go about it. You can go the Unity way, or I can be the stupid programmer way. What do you think? Which way do you think I should go? Oh, congrats! You never know where you'll find it, man. So you'll never know where you'll find it. I could. So the Unity way is simple. You just set up a nav mesh, and then we set up the... Yeah. Gemini Flash localized on my... yeah. I was using, what was it called? It's a free... Let me check. I think I still have it. I was using... let's close this. Pieces. That's what it's called. I was using Pieces, but I didn't really like it for most things. It just wasn't, That's weird. They're not... okay. I don't know why I did this. There's one quick way to find out how connected this stuff is, because my compiler isn't giving me any warnings about it, so... my hacky way of figuring things out. How many places are referencing that? We have 2. That's it. Okay, so we really probably don't need to get out of here. That's what I like about Studio. It has that. I've used some... believe it or not, I've used some IDEs that don't have the ability to track your stack, and it's time-consuming. I love multi-nodal input. Gemini 2 Flash. Glad you like it. I mostly... So this is what I use pieces for, or what I found its use in. Can do this really quick. And, I mean, aside from... Oh, not even launched. I have to start it up. Okay. It's probably going to be launching soon, but no, I think if you're talking about like the screen cutting off, that was it telling me that the AI was not launched, so my IDE was running without it. I just started it up. I have to give it a second. I think it needs to do updates or something. It's been quite some time. Make sure. Yeah, it's checking for updates. Alright, let's try starting it again. I don't like using it because it's so clunky. But it might just be something wrong with like my settings, like something that I've done. Yeah, let's try this again. Pieces OS connection has been lost. So now my IDE knows that Pieces isn't running because my OS was saying Pieces was running. And now I click launch. My OS is saying that. And it reloaded. There we go. Okay. So now, no, it's just cutting off the screen because of the operating system. Or sorry, Pieces acts like a separate operating system, so it's doing its own thing. As soon as it lets me have control again, I will click stuff. My IDE had to restart. I think I have to go back over here. My IDE is restarting. Give it 1 sec. Go to the engine while it does that. There we go. Engine has to recompile. Yeah, it'll. It's just restarting on its own. I'm just gonna give it a second. This is why I don't use it. Parts of why I don't use it. We're getting to see it firsthand. It's a little painful, but once I get it going, it's good. Let's open up a script. Oh gosh. Maybe I shouldn't have tried poking the bear. Now my IDE won't show up on OBS. Typically, I would have to restart OBS for it to pick up on new stuff again. Yeah, the all black screen is my IDE saying, yeah, I can't communicate with OBS right now. Shouldn't have poked the bear. I'm gonna blame you. I think it's definitely a step in, you know what? I stepped on OBS's tail and now it bit me. All right, fair enough. Let's just go back. Most of what we had to deal with was on the other side anyway. All right, let's do this. So I'm gonna, well, that kind of forces me to do this the correct way. So let's do that. The very first thing that we want to do is I suspected as much. I always knew it. Okay, so let's I guess I haven't used, we're gonna have to do it the Unity way because I don't have access to my IDE at the moment. I have to give my computer time. I'm gonna be also trying to figure out what's happening while I do this. So the Unity way of handling this is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We're going to go and do add component. So I'm clicking on, so the way I do this is through a multi-scene workflow. Typically I put my geometry in a separate scene. And the reason I do this is so that way I can async load my geometry while the characters and all this other stuff, I have separate controls for how those appear in my game. But I load and unload geometry a lot. With that said, let me show you the conclusion of yesterday before I move forward. So this was pretty simple. We managed to get all 3 attacks going. Where is it? There we go. 1, 2, we just got the attack animations going. It's all prototype, so for right now it's just me testing out stuff. But yeah, that's it. Implemented hitboxing, well rather hurtboxing. And we were testing out. I'm going to be building a data structure for the way that we track stats and damage and parameters, and traits and things like that. But it was a weird trip trying to get this thing to act properly. There we go. So in my time, actually I need to fix something with the shader also. Give me a sec. In my time with guys who meet girls all the time, I've encountered that there are 2 types of guys. There's the stealthy guys, and then there are the guys who fall in love at the drop of a hat. I remember this one kid, he was in high school at the time. Every single day, well, I shouldn't say that. Every single week, there was a girl he would meet, and she was the one kind of deal. He was a trip. He was a great guy. But every girl was always the one, and he would come in and he'd be like, "Yo!" and he was a trip. He was fun. But he fell in love literally every day. He would cry when they broke up and get like, I was like, I'd never seen someone quite like him. And he's very rare, I gotta give him that. But it's usually guys. Well, no. He was a great guy, though. You know, you gotta give credit to the brave guys who put it out there all the time. They get crushed all the time. They get up all the time. That's what matters. Yeah, he was in high school. I guess he could survive on that. I hear you. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, that's basically what I had gotten. Thank you. It was weird because of my lack of insight on what was going on. So the weapons in this game are not connected. They're not children of the player. Um, so basically they track the player, but they're not children of the player. And so that created some wonkiness when it came to creating animations for the weapon. It got done. So now we're going to do this the correct way. I believe Unity wants me to do it like this. Nav mesh. So we got to do nav mesh surface first, right? And let's get off of this and go onto this. Oh, we also need to fix that shader. I put a multiplier on the shader, and I think that's what's causing some of the problems I'm seeing. Give me a sec. Yeah, we're not done with this yet. Actually, let me just turn this off. We gotta actually do a little bit of shader work. Just a little bit. It's not too much. Very small amounts of shader work. Minuscule, really. I just gotta remember where my shader is. You know what? Let's look for a tree. We won't find it that way. Where the heck did I put this shader? I think I'm using the default shader. No. Let's look for a tree. Or grass, I think, also has it. No. Trees. There we go. I think, yeah, this is it. And we are looking for that material. It doesn't show me the material, so we can't. I think we can do it through. There we go. Nope. Nope, it doesn't. No bueno. Okay, so we have to actively look for the shader. I forgot where this shader is, I'll be honest. I forgot where the shader is. It has to be in my art section, probably. It's either in the art or it's my shaders folder. Look at that. No, it's still there. You know what it is? I think it's yeah, I gotta trust the process sometimes. It's just that, you know what it is that the tunnel vision thing doesn't really happen for the most of the gameplay. You're going to be experiencing it like that. It's just if you decide to view all the way out and you happen to have something over you, then you'll get into that tunnel vision. Otherwise, you can pretty much go through most of the game at this zoom and see just about everything coming your way. You know what I mean? Like, I think this is where in most games, like if you play most games, this is roughly where they have you at. You see? Okay, let's fix the shader real quick. This is the sprite shot. Oh, that's not it. Is it? Duty characters, sprite shadow. That is the material, but that's not the shader. I think the shader. Let me check my scripts folder. Maybe it's. No. Yeah, so it has to be inside of packages. So it's over here somewhere. If only I... Oh, wait, maybe I wrote it... Its name is foliage? There we go. I don't know why why it's compiling. Am I running? Oh, I'm running in play mode, that's why. Okay, so... We should have a... There it is. This multiply is probably the problem. Give myself some more room to see. But instead of multiplying directly like that, let's just take this and apply directly. There we go. This can go on the side for now. All right, let's see what happens. Yeah, it breaks. Okay. Undo that. I mean, it looks nice, but I think we need... Well, let's run it and see if we're still getting that. Because I'm getting... The reason I'm hitting that is I was getting a shadow issue. With... Yeah, we're still getting it. Oh, no. No, it's still there, sort of. We're going to keep getting that until I figure this out, like what's happening there. Another magic number tends to be 25% when it comes to alpha. See if that fixes it. Well, actually, 1.3 tends to be the magic number, but we always go to 25 just in case. Okay. And it'll compile the shader. We're still getting... You know what? Hold on a second. Let me find out if this is actually... We're assuming that the alpha is the issue, and it looks like it is. But it could also be something else. And if it's something else, then I need to take... I'm going to just work on AI and come back to it later. Because I would need to... Yeah, it doesn't even look like alpha is what was the problem. Is it? Yeah, you see it has that area of destruction that it's creating problems. All right, let's go with 1. That's a typically good number. We're going to leave it like this for now. And close this out. Where is this? Also, I want to know where that is. My code. Okay. Oh, okay. It's under where the trees are. Sort of makes sense. I should put all of my custom stuff in my custom stuff, but this is not my stuff. So it's just stuff that I've edited. I think that's it. See what 1.3 looks like. Or I call it a day. Huh. I like it being scattered like this. Let me see what it looks like in play. What do you think? Is it better like this, where you can kind of see more of the ground, I guess, like through the leaves? Or should it be denser like it was before? Like, there's something about it being dense as it was before. Like, over here, it gets super dense, right? Then as you get closer, it gets thinner. And then as you get further away from it, they become denser. Like, like you see how over here is super dense? As I get closer, you're going to see that they start to scatter out a bit. Then over here starts to get super dense. Right? So that gives more viewing area of the ground. All right. Listen, your word is gold to me, so I'm going to make it dense. Fortunately, the past me decided to clamp this, so even if I wanted to make it like 3 times, I can't. Sorry. I understand you are a capricious god, so I made sure to prevent myself from falling to your whims by putting a clamp on things. Alright. Let's close this down. Sure. If. Okay. Clear. And so I think I know what's causing that weird shade. I'm gonna fix it in this later, but I think I know what's causing it. Right now, I want to focus in on AI and get some combat going. So let's go to the scene. Now they're super dense again. I'd like it dense though. This is nice. And you could also fly in the game later on, I'm thinking. So you should be able to like get up to here and have like fights with certain enemies and things like that. That would be pretty cool. So that beauty isn't wasted. So that could be a place where that tunnel stuff comes in. All right. So let's work on some AI. So the very first thing that we want to do is do it the Unity way, because my IDE is presently having... Let me see if OBS has finally decided to detect my IDE. A sec. Nope. Give me 1 sec. I think I have the ultimate fix to this. It's an OBS issue, though. I don't think it's my IDE that's the problem. It's definitely OBS. OBS does some weird things where it doesn't automatically... It doesn't like to automatically detect stuff. So... I think we can go to properties. Yeah. Okay, good. So it's not my IDE that's causing the issue. It's definitely OBS. That's just what I... There's other things that I've seen OBS does not like to do. Or doesn't like to detect. Okay, now let's open up properties. There we go. So now I should be able to go between them. All right. OBS just took a second, but it picked up on stuff. Now let's get to development. So yeah, Unity wants me to use this navmesh surface. And I believe it will paint the surface. Typically these things, they paint the surfaces for you. What happens if we bake using the default? Nothing? Huh, weird. Been a very long time since I've used this. Give me one sec. Just clear the mesh. It should, maybe I have gizmos off. Is that, there we go. That's what's causing it. And then what happens if I generate? Yeah, I know what that does. Okay, I remember that one. There we go. I just had to turn gizmos on. It's detecting colliders in places. Count them. That's fair. Right, so now I don't have to worry about creating a whole bunch of raycasts to find out if there's ground over here or not from the enemies when they move. They kind of just know where they can and can't go. But we do have problems. There, view. We do have problems. For example, this right here is detecting that it can go up to there. So we want to fix that. We don't want this thing flying up above trees and whatnot. But we do want it to be able to climb. Do we? No. I don't think we want it to even climb anything. We just want it to have a flat surface. So let's only use physics colliders. Let's clear and let's bake this. There we go. Okay. So using only the physics colliders, we still ended up with this. That's fine. Those are pebbles. Right. Now, we probably are going to create barriers, like here. They don't want the player or enemies or anybody to really go into the... So the nav mesh needs to create a break right here. What I'm thinking. We're going to seal off that entire area that way. Yeah, that's the plan. That's a bet. Let's do that. Let's create a new object. Call this barriers. And inside we'll their object. Call this a wall. Or actually barrier. And we are going to add, well actually, I'll do that. We'll create a object. I think cube is the best bet. There we go. And we don't, where is it? First, let's move over here. The cube. We're going to start right here. Right, so I think there's going to be 6 cubes. Let's get them. Actually, let's return this cube back to 0, 0. And let us make it correct size for this. Scale it's 50. Wall. A wall. How high do we want the layer to be? I think 30 is a good number. Rule of 3. Right? Okay, good. So now we just duplicate this a few times. Good. Just need this one will go 90. And is that 25? Go 25 point. Yeah, okay. This one. What was the other one? It was negative 25? Negative. Looks like we're over. Third one. Let's turn off. Yeah, that's. And we need one more for the bottom. negative 12.5 on it x. Yep, there. So we're just making sure that um, its forward is always facing into the map. And we're going to go down probably negative. So some games, what they will do is actually put this lower. And if your player falls through the ground somehow and touches this, then they'll just get warped back up to the last position when they had the grounded. Typically what they... Well, it's a little bit more tricky than that. Basically, they do that, but they would usually have like a recording system that just basically, it's typically used... You'd see like that type of... You'd see that kind of... But you'd see that kind of system used like racing car games or something, where they like record your movement, so you get like a smaller version of... How are they getting up here? Okay, whatever. Those are our walls, and let's put so we have that. So let's put a roof on it. Call it a day. Again, negative 12.2. 8U 90. Exact. Gonna go up. Up. No, wait, nice. There we go. This is... Go up. Right there. Oh, we don't need this. Turn all of these renderers. But we're going to leave those renderers there in case we want to do things like add various effects or things like that to... Like, we might want to make this mesh look like a kind of like warning zone if you go past this. Kind of thing. Or we could just make it like slowly appear as the player gets close and become fog. Whatever we want. Okay, so now we have the playground for the... and also the player. Because if I run this now, what happens? Console. If I run this now, I should just hit the walls. Yep, there we go. Can I climb up the walls actually then? Well, something weird is happening. What just happened? At a wall already? I thought the wall was further. Ah, right. I gave myself wiggle room. Oh, back. How does that feel? There we go. Ah, you can't move the collider? What if I restart the collider? Ah, you can't move the collider in play mode. Must have screwed something up. Let's start the mesh renderer up again. Yeah, this is this one. And also for debugging. It just makes it easier. Right, there we go. I think that feels good. Okay, is there any wonky behavior happening? Yep, we found something. We approach it at an angle, but this is the character controller. That's the problem. And we're going to fix that right now by just changing. Error. We need to make this actually match the player's collider size. And we still climb the walls this way. Ah, a wall climb trick. That's a neat little trick, like wall climbing. Right, now because of that we can get places. Darn it, can't. There we go. I don't think I can go any higher. Okay. It's this one. I was... reading is fundamental. Reading is very fundamental. This is the distance. The radius. There we go. So now it can't pick up on it because the radius isn't... like, you can get it a little bit. If the radius is too big, it'll pick up the wall as part of the ground. Basically is what was happening. I'm going to go down to 0.3. Again, rule of 3. All right. Never mind this stuff. This is all just for testing, but this is just to get the connect the weapons. Let's give the AI a nav mesh 8. I think that mesh is pretty good. Let's remake the mesh for the new and generate links, I guess. Holy cow. Oh bueno. It should only pick up ground layer. There we go. Now the spake. There we go. Okay, excellent. So now that we have our mesh, go ahead. Let's go ahead and geometry. And let's go ahead and save this inside prefab. Now let's make the enemy an enemy have an agent. All right, and that should be it. We've made our AI. I kid. So now we have to provide it with a script, right? Script basically, this is the video. So the script basically is just going to do a bunch of calls to this to say setting its destination. Now let's start working on that. We're going to create a new script. It's going enemy script, and it will here, and this is going to inherit our actor. Also, our enemy is going to have this as and let's give it a public av agent. Over here, wire component of av agent. Oh, if agent is equal to get component. Okay. Yeah, that's it. So now we just need a bunch of methods because we already have, so this is the thing, right? We don't need really the agent on this. Hear me out. What we need, because we're going to be using the rigid body to move, so we actually do not want agent. What we want is a dummy. And that dummy is going to create the path from the destination to the enemy. So the dummy is going to travel to the destination. And the path it travels, what we're going to do is supply the rigid body with velocities to reach each point in that travel path. Then once it finally reaches the destination, then we'll have some way of pinging back to reach the destination. So we need to make another script. And we call this create behavior enemy AI path. Or AI pather. Right? And we probably want the dummy. So we probably want a dummy manager of some sort. And the AI can get... No, we probably don't need a dummy manager. We can instead pool the dummies. That way, when AIs require a dummy, we can move to the dummy. Or rather, we can pull the dummy from a pool, path to the dummy, and then return the dummy back to the pool for other AIs to use, instead of instantiating a whole bunch of dummies. Right? So I have already a pooling system, but I think I want to make a pooling system from scratch. I have one, I like it, but I think I could make one again even better. Let's do that. Pool. This is the and stuff part of the thumbnail. So the pool manager is very much gonna need the amount of behavior. Further, it's going to want to know about certain things. So we're going to have private, or rather serialized field. What? I thought that was a thing. Game object. That's right here. Ah. One second, 1 second. All right, I am back. So I just was thinking about the I wanted a neat way of adding more parents. I've always had that issue of doing the conversion of information that should have like a tag on it from the inspector to this, right? Let's just do it this way. Like I've always tried to get like a what? Oh. Like this thing, why would I ever be really using this? It's more common to be using system collections. Eric. I'm not sure why it keeps on doing that. I've never really used that library. List, game object. Okay. So we're gonna make first a and this can prop. Did I forget something? Of course. Okay, I think that's the bet. And with this, we now have access to... This is new to me. I'm not sure if this is convenient. It'll work. I'm not sure if it's convenient. We aim for convenience when I develop. Okay. Now, let's make the actual... So the very first thing is we want to make a public static or actually private this is going to be chunk and we are going to passing in a game object and passing out then we do public. Ah, oops. There we go. Sorry to hear that. What happened? Well, actually, if it's frustrating, you probably don't want to go over it. Unpull. Okay. So I decided to make or remake a polling system, but this is going to be a very modular or very generic polling system. Everything in the game is going to be pulling and pushing through this system. Private. And right, and then we also want to make a private dictionary. This dictionary is going to have yeah. So the idea is we'll be calling pull from the pull manager, and it will pull any object that matches the prefab that we put in. Let's make this right, and then from there we'll create a callback on these objects that will return them back to the pool once the object is disabled. We're doing this because the AI is going to be using a rigid body instead of using agent. So I'm going to use a dummy agent that the AI will spawn when it's ready to move to a different location. And that dummy agent will start from that location and then send back a route to the AI, or the enemy. The enemy will then take that route and then compute where they need to go in or what velocity they need to add to their rigid body in order to get towards the different points in that path, and return the dummy back to the pool. So that way a different AI can just use the same dummy instead of instantiating a bunch of different dummies for AI. Right? And so now this same pool, once it's done, should be able to... Right, thank you. That the same pool should be able to work with just about everything else. So the weapons can be pulled, the enemies themselves can be pulled, everything should be working through this pool. So I'm going to make it work in two ways. It's going to have a dynamic pool system, so pool size will continue to increase for each item, each unique item. So if I have like sword A, sword B, sword C, they'll have their own unique pool of sword A's, sword B's, sword C's, and that pool will continue to shrink the less that pool is used, until the pool sys manager will just delete the pool if it's not been used, and if its amount has gone too low, and so on and so forth. Like, well, I'm cooking. You'll see. Okay. Okay, I think that's it. So now the pool should be able to push. So I should only have to do this piece of code once, because we're going to instance a return callback. So any new item that we add here, when we instance that item, it will immediately get added to it a callback. And that callback is going to be where this is handled. Right? And then now over here, we just have a dictionary of type pool. So we'll make that now over here. And inside of this, we have public or private. I'm pretty sure you see where I'm going with this already. And instead of a dictionary, no, I think we're overthinking. I think we're overthinking. I think we can just do this. I see. I think maybe instead of using queue, we can probably use stack, right? And because with queue, when we queue something, we add it to the bottom of the queue. With stack, we just keep adding things back to the top of the collection. And then so if we go to clean up stuff, we can check the last time something was used. You know what? No, we're overthinking. Let's just cook. Let's find out how this is going to go for us. So we need two methods. Well, actually, first we need to push this all the way down. And then do a public private void enable. I don't think we need on disable, but then we need private. No. Also doing this. Oh, we don't need it. Or do we? I don't think we need it. I think this needs to be fixed also. Okay. I'm overcomplicating things. Gotcha. When you're trying stuff like this, get it overcome. We already took care of that at the higher level. We don't need to do that again. This is problematic. Okay, so now the first thing we want to do is so actually there's a thing, right? We can have a ton of enemies, classes, but these enemies all have different, maybe you have a bear, that's an enemy, but their type might all be the same, but the enemy themselves might be different. So in other words, these types can have variant. So we need to account for that when we're pooling, right? Not all types are. So that's where this was coming in. Okay. So now when we do that, we can create a pool for that. For that variant. Private. Or we could go, actually, we could go, we can evolve from lizard brain to chimp brain right now. And instead, we do this. Or rather, now we're thinking like a chimp. So let's you can see I have like two different versions or two different methods that I could possibly implement. So I'm trying, like, I'm going here and then I'm going back here. Like, but we're going to have to do this anyway when we do a search on the string, so might as well we just do it ourselves. Basically what happened. And by doing that, then we just forego having to create the class altogether. And we can just directly... Hey. So if we don't contain the key, then we want to create a pool. We'll say... right? And then from here, you know, we have that. So we also... Let's call this what it is. It's our behavior. There we go. Not much. Buggy. I'm just working on a generalized pool. It's for my it's for general purpose, but right now it's going to be part of the AI system. Second, just need to do. Okay. Now we try to dequeue it, and if we do, we can just return. Otherwise, item equal to instantiate and then we do the add component. So item.add we'll call that. Right? And then we return the item. We haven't made this yet. We'll call back, we're about to. But this is the system. So when we do a pull over here, we're passing through this information. We create a hash code that's going to be used for this, and then we find if we already have it. If we don't, we add to the dictionary over here this queue, and then we try to dequeue any item that is in there. Obviously, we just made this, so it's going to be there. But if it isn't, we instance object, add a full callback as its component, and all this does is it's going to fire off this for us. So let's make pull callback real quick. Create the mono behaviors. Okay. The script is also a mono behavior. It's going to be just a simple component, and it should have an on disable, probably an on enable. No, on disable. So it's going to want to pull manager turn this there we go. Ran into a small issue. Wait, you need this? Oh, brr, we actually do. So instead, what we could do is we can pass this like this. Get rid of it. Because the full callback, it wouldn't know about the type anyway. That's something that the type itself would know, but we want to automate that process. So instead, we'll just do type, and put this here. Right? And we're not returning anything. This. Why is it doing? Okay, gotcha. There we go. All right, and then now we can do on disable, we just return this back to the pool manager. All right, so that means that in here we have one more step, is when we do add component, we do item, add, or save, so that way Unity IDE is happening. Let's add type. We'll call back set type. There we go. Yeah, that's it. And let's make this cleaner. Oh no, that's it. That's good. Okay, so now our callback, this callback, once it's added, once the script goes and disables itself, or the game object it will immediately try to return itself back to the pool. So now we have to make the process of how it returns itself back. And I think we can get rid of or the pool manager. So when it returns to the pool, it's going to pass in the type and the game object prefab. Fortunately, do we even need this? Because I think we know. Let me check this. Tab. Game object. Game. Yeah, we could use that. So we actually don't need this in. Get rid of that. Okay, there. That keeps things consistent, because after we've made the prefab, you know, all types of shenanigans can happen with names inside of the after its instance. Like, you can get zeros and all kinds of stuff added. This way, we're just looking at the prefab alone. Now, probably also want to do this. Instead of doing like this, I want to toss in the reference to the prefab that it's based on. We're going to handle the return on instance object. And so we're also going to need reference prefab here. We're not returning the prefab, we're returning the instance object. Then over here, doing this, we could set data and do game object fab, and here we can private get the prefab that it's based on. Make this a little bit longer, but we could also change this now. Turn pool callback, and then do type. Finally, we do this. That's it. I think our pooling system is basically done. Oh, got that part. We need to fix this. So we no longer need sec. Not saving. There we go. Okay, so the handle return is going to need the prefab part of it. We can push this here. Oops. Right, and there we go. And so now instead of doing that, we can do this here. This. Rid of that and get rid of that. Okay, then when we try to add the object back to the pool, first thing we have to do is int e is going to plus. If the pool contains that, then we just do. Well, first, let's just. If. No. Let's think. Pool doesn't contain it. I just want to repeat that. Could probably just make this a. Let's do that. Right, and then from there we just do we just need to add it back. So that's it. Our pooler is done. And then this should be casting it back as the requested item that was pooled. Okay. Let's go check our enemy out. Well, first let's make a dummy. So we did create. Oh, what's going on? something's wrong. Right, you need to test this. Gotta love really simple script. Okay, so let's make a dummy. It's going to be a new date navigation dummy. This is going to be our prefab. And this just needs a agent. Right? Doesn't have any visual elements. Doesn't have any visual elements to it. It will have this script. What did I name that script? Callback. I should have just named it dummy. But I didn't. I call it again. Oh, AI Pather. Okay. So AI Pather. There we go. So this AI Pather is going to need access to it. Need a public reference. It's now going to need. I haven't done nav mesh stuff in a very long time. Bear with me. Going to need on enable. So now this thing is going to be a target for pooling, for pooling. Oh, just realized something. Pool callback. Let's. Does that work? No. Well, we want to check ahead of time. Okay, good. There should be a method for has. Doesn't have it? I mean, is that really it? Just try one more thing. Yep, they don't have it. Okay. Okay. Normally we shouldn't have to get here. But if we do, then that means it's a new item. But there is one more thing we need to do with this pooler. And that is to pre-cook it, right? So let's do that, or pre-populate it. So let's make that method private. Or right? So this way, even if we reach the end of the pool's population, this will just still populate the pool as we continue. We haven't made the method to depopulate the pool for stuff that's just like not in use. That's not really a big deal because we already have this ID. Basically just create a separate list or array over here, iterate through it with a timer as its tuple, and that's like easy peasy lemon squeezy. Right? But we want to populate the pool ahead of time sometimes. So basically do this. make it a little bit more complicated. That was too easy. Actually, let's wrinkle our brain a little bit, and instead of breaking here directly, to continue. Oh no, can't. Yeah, we can. We can't use it. Right? So if we push this in, and the population that we set is 0, and we already populated this to whatever, this will now go through each amount, and it will check if the current amount is greater than, let's say this is 0. It'll just keep dequeuing and destroying as it goes through for each amount. Otherwise, it will instance a new one and then enqueue it instead. Here. Right? Up until the amount that we get. The amount is less than. The amount is equal to. Then it breaks out if the amount is greater than. Yeah, I think that's what it does. That's my best guess. Won't know until it hits me with weird behavior, right? Alright, let's finish this up. Need a couple of things. Name, object type, and There we go. Simplified the code a little bit. And you. As wonky as that setup was, hopefully it was intuitive, but this is basically a pooler. If you ever wanted to make your own, this is what it would look like. Validate pool. I feel like something here is missing. I think it's this. Ah, there it is. It's down here. Okay, so this is going to be where all the game objects that are pool holders. So this is the visualization of pooler. Okay, so we're going to create this. Actually, okay. Just throwing it somewhere far away. I mean, technically, we could just do this. That would be fine. And so now, if we go here, now this won't reorganize your project if you do implement it in and you don't take care to put your children of the pool parent under the pool parent. But it doesn't matter because code-wise it organizes. It's going to organize it, what I'm about to implement. So instead of giving this warning, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new parent and then add it to that using the name that we pass in here. And then we're just going to return that game object. Right? So Is it? There we go. So no matter what we do, we'll always end up having a parent that we can use. That's the idea. It's not feature complete. I would say this is about 80 to 90% complete. Feature-wise, the only thing missing from this is the timer to clear the pool over time of things that we just haven't used in a while. Right? Otherwise, the method to clean the pool is just calling populate pool and setting the amount that we're trying to populate to at 0. This call. We tell it what it is, and we set it to 0, and it will depopulate the pool. Or that pool. Which is fine. Like, if we could always just keep a track of the different enemies, stuff like that. And then when we leave a map, we can just call this on all of the enemies that we had spawned and just depopulate. And it shouldn't give any errors, I think, right? Because we do a check here. And we could also do this here if right? So if the pool is empty after we update population. After we've updated the I think that's a better name. There we go. I just renamed it just because it makes more sense for me that way. And so when we reset the population to whatever we want, if it's 0 by the time we're done, then let's remove. But yeah, it's like 90% complete. If you guys want me to finish it now, I could do that. But for my purposes, this is done. I can move on to the pather. Like, I'm not sure if you guys are like following along and making your own pooler or anything like that. Okay, but that's a generalized pooler. Anyway, the agent. So the AI Tather, basically, we want to do a couple of things. First, we want to do a isn't it like that? Oh. I keep doing that. Nav, mesh, surface. There we go. So the very first thing we want to do is, oops. Oh, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Oops, sort of. Life things, right? So we can't use start. What we can use is something like again. Oh, actually. Right. It's been a very long time since I've done this. So the agent over here, we want this is going to return an array, I think, of vector 3. And then from there on the enemy, it'll just be iterating through that array until it's within specific of each point, and just adjust. Well, actually, we don't even need to worry about that. Yeah, no. Yeah, so okay. Okay. Right, this should have the whole pooling effect. Okay. first we set. Guess we should, yeah. We'll see if this should stick around. We might be doing this outside. Remember correctly, there should be like a simulate. Oh, we just started. I'll kill it. Let's do it like this. Pretty sure there's like a calculate. Yep, there it is. Okay. So I don't think we need this. Do you do game dev also? Katagi? Oh. Used to use? What happened? I see. I mean, I get it, but there are good things that come with that as well. Like, there's some good coding practices that come that you're forced to understand through using nodes, as well as bad stuff, for sure. There's no hand-holding in Godot with like giving you a good direction on best practices, for sure. I'm about to work on damage after I finish this part. I like to approach it differently. And so when I did this, I actually did it in Godot also, and ran into a few developers that it was like a whole new paradigm opened up to them when they saw how I was doing it. And to me, it just looked like, you know, why would you do it in any other way? Pretty sure people have played games where they realize like there's a combat log, for example, right? Or damage log. How do they store that damage log? It's not like, you know, hit number pops up and everything is forgotten. You kind of want your game to have logs of these things. And so how do you get there? That was my process for doing that, right? And even when you're just like saving, like I mentioned racing car games before, there's a way that things that are happening under the hood of how these games are operating, that memory information isn't just lost into the ether. It's stored somewhere over time, and it's gotten away with through some pretty clever tactic. Do that. I don't think I can. Oh, I can. Okay, awesome. Okay, so this should get me the path that the AI would have taken. So let's just make sure the logic here. So we pass in, rather we bring this into play, then we give it the end and the start position. We put the AI at the end position, and then we path from there. I think we should actually be doing it the other way. This is the way that we would do it if we were doing like elevations, jumping, stuff like that. Right? We would create the path. I mean, I want to agree with you. I'm just not sure through the rest. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Like I saw, for example, they have this is one that keeps on coming up when I talk to Godot developers about state machines, that they're creating nodes for states, and that to me just seems like really weird to do. You know, like why would you want to create, and I've seen it before actually in C#, where people will create mono behaviors in Unity for each state of something, and I never really understood why you would do that when you have delegates. You can assign functionality to states rather than pre-cooking or baking your states with information. You can kind of just do that at runtime, right? And so you disentangle your states. Now you can have a generalized state that will take in any kind of information and just run with it. And it's not like as if it's rocket science to develop it. Yeah, it's so weird. And so in Godot, I see people do that with the nodes, only to find out that actually in the Godot documentation is what they've been going off of. And they do it through a node system. I'm like, Godot has such a powerful signal system, and its signal and its the other system that has callables that are just like great to use for stuff like that. Like, why would you do it any other way? I don't appreciate their syntax sometimes, but the functionality of the code is there in GDScript. I think this is it. The only way to tell well, I like stuff like this. That's what you're talking about, is the component style or the component approach to development. And there's benefits to doing it that way, like just having one thing that just does this, right? And then having another thing that just does this, right? And then having managers that just take care of all of the stuff that all of these different components could be doing. Okay? And so now, because I've done like that, I can have anything else in my project utilize this code. It's just not, it doesn't care what comes in, it'll just function. And there's something to be said about having stuff like that in your project. Fine. But I think Godot definitely goes a bit overboard with the giving people the wrong impression about the versatility of nodes. Right? Because Unity does the same thing. It's just that it does it with mono behaviors. So you just, like, I have the player script, rigid body, capsule collider, and then all my other stuff are here. So that you do have components, and each one of these would in effect be a node. So it's not like it's something completely unique to you. So most engines, you have to operate like that. Even when you code operates like that to some extent. Like, you could consider this basically as a component of the AI Pathfinder. You just got, and I've never seen code without a properties. I mean, that's, so you have to appreciate that to some extent. That's a very human way of logic. Okay, I think we're done. AI Pathfinder is just going to do this, and then we just turn it off with read. For some reason, I think something is just wrong. You know what? Let's do this. We'll start it at the start, and then we'll calculate it going to the end. And then once and then anytime that we have a collision, okay, we're done. This code is done. All right. So now, instead, what we don't care about this. What we care about is and make this private and call this the AI Pather. Pather dump. the serialized field. So now we do this. I don't think we need to even cache this. I think we need to cache. Yeah, that's it. Did I miss something? I haven't done get sets in C. Usually do this. But we're not going to get this. What are we trying to accomplish? Just want this. Oh, I see. Okay, no, I get what I'm doing wrong. And that's another thing too in Godot, like their get set system is so easy to work. I always forget how it's done in C#. Like I have to like do it, poke it, and then like 2 minutes later I'll realize what I'm doing. I don't feel like poking right now, though. I just want to do this. So, what is it? Yeah, it's get path. Oh, there it is. Like, there's bad practices in Godot for sure, but there's good practices also. It's just something you're going to have to deal with depending on whatever engine you. I think the only difference with Godot, reason why I went with Unity, I did a live stream on it before. I just did the same project twice, once in Godot, once in Unity, and just to see which one I personally finish or get to my goals quicker in. And it was Unity by about 2 hours. So I just said, you know what, I'm gonna go with that. And it's not like it was unfair, because I had done similar projects before in both engines. So it was just a matter of taking what I already knew in GDScript and in ARP, doing a one-to-one comparison, or as close to it. Oh, that's cool. I mean, it comes down to what you aim to do, right? If you really have like a chip on your shoulder about engines, then, you know, that's the thing. You're going to get that one guy that's his one thing in life to, you know, rage against that machine somehow. Gotta respect it. Okay, so when we go in, this is the part that was getting me about this, like trying to understand which one goes first. So when we go in, we're going to start at this, we're going to end at this. So when we do a for loop forwards, we're going to be on a DQ, a queue. We're going to be starting from the last one that we put, which probably means you'd use, instead of a queue, you can use stack. Right? And then we can just push into the stack. So it is push. Whoops. There we go. So now when we go and pull from the stack, we're pulling from the top. And when we pull from the top, we're going to first pull our current location. Next, next, the next. Plain path. Okay. Very first thing we want to do is public void I've not tried Bevy, but I think if someone came to me tomorrow and said, which engine are you going to develop on come hell or high water, like you need to get this game done. It's a 2D or whatever 3D project, doesn't matter. But you just need to get this done in like a week. I'm going to, I think 9 times out of 10 pick Unity. Right? Just because of I feel safer if I have a deadline, like to be able to say, okay, by Friday this is it. Godot, it's weird. It feels good to develop in Godot, especially UI. And there's always these things that I wish I could just smash together about Unity and Godot and just make like the engine for a lot of things. There's certain things that in Godot that just are they're just time sinks for no reason. The animator for 3, for example, is one just unbelievably dense. But I don't know. Just one guy. And yeah, you got to respect your roots, where you came from. So, but it's good. It's good to move as long as it's moving in a direction better than staying still. So first we do a check path, which path path stack that we have. Then we'll, part of me is saying we need to do this as a coroutine. Another part of me is saying just make another method over here. The bool. If get it. I think I get what I'm trying to do. Do this. And then we could have a fixed update happening over here. So now there's nothing wrong with Godot. I love the freaking oh sorry. Nothing wrong with Godot's UI setup. Just Unity, one of the things that made me switch over to Godot back then was the being able to branch out and say, hey, I have all of these approaches under my. I haven't gone into engine development at all. It isn't to say that it's not interesting. It's just that I don't know if I have the time. Right? Very real thing. Just don't have the time. So my thing is, I want to make projects, not engines, or want to make games, not engines. So that's where I'm at with it. Right? And I want to make games as quickly as I can in order to get to the game that I think is the one that I wanted to just get done and get it out. The creativity, call it the magnum opus of creativity that I have. That's the idea. There is an idea in the head, and it's just about making it so other people can enjoy it. And me as well. I would love to play that game. I could have sworn you could set this up to be not a real number. You know what? We'll just math it in. Yeah, you can get away with a lot of that. And I would say if you go with Godot and you develop in Godot, it'll make you stronger in Unity for sure. Because there's a lot of stuff that you realize in Godot that Unity does also, but Godot just doesn't hold your hand. And so that forces you to appreciate how things are done under the hood in Unity. And be able to just, like, now I can just keep poking at the code in different ways until eventually I find the things that I needed to get to, because I know they have to be there. You know what I mean? Like, I have, like, a general idea of where these things should be. And that also comes from Unity experience, but a lot of it is because Godot kind of just, like, made me have to code in a way that's how I coded anyway. And so it just started making sense. All right, so there's stuff happening at a higher level. You need to find that. Oh, whoops. Huh. Who has the, this does not have it. Who has that? It's over here. Actor. Right. And so here now is where we set the direction. Gotcha. Okay. So we just need to set direction. So we have this. So update direction one. You know what it is? It was a mixed message with Unity because they did a lot of hand-holding, and people got the impression that they did hand-holding because Unity was primarily a game development software. And then what derailed everything was when people realized, wait a second, no, Unity is actually doing a ton of different things, and game development is a very, very small portion. They intentionally went out to make game dev a very small portion of what they do. And as a result, you have these weird features all over Unity that are just counterintuitive towards game development. They don't make sense for them to be made the way they are, for them to even exist in some cases. And so that hand-holding made a lot of sense early on until I learned that, and then it was like, oh, so the hand-holding was really for people who are not in this particular, we can call it digital design here, to be able to enter in with relative ease. They don't need to know the details. Godot has no such, it doesn't create that facade. It it just doesn't handhold. You have to learn it. Like, and so you were able to use Godot, and that's how you probably came to your own conclusions. You got educated or informed through just experiencing Godot and its lack of handholding. That 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 is more than likely set up. Okay, so hold on a sec. Okay, we got you. We don't need this. I think what we could actually do is this. To do it. That should actually be our code. So that's funny. I've never done an I've never done an Unreal tutorial before. I mean, yeah, that's rough. I mean, how can you do that and your language is C++? I guess that's why they have Blueprint. Oh boy, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. So this gets called once when we want to move to that destination. And then we update the direction. Right? So this should now along the path AI generates. Okay. Yeah, no, I can't. Unity already pushes my buttons with the whole recompile for its domain. I, you know, like as a solo dev, my time is everything to me. So it's like, it's crazy like how it can have me sitting for like 30 seconds sometimes just watching it recompile. But to be fair, on larger projects, Godot doesn't get much better. Small projects, Godot is like 0, but once you start having like a large project set up, like art everywhere, it's just it starts to chug along just like Unity. Okay, so now we have this. The next thing that we need is for the enemy to be able to detect. Oh man. So let's do private detect. For now, this is a prototype, so we're just going to have that, and we're just going to do combat manage. Actually, we could do it. I'm trying to think if this is good. Hold on. Let's look at the combat manager real quick. Did we do that ahead of time, or do we? Ah, okay. I think we have to do it now. That's what I mean, like. It's like, why would you? I don't know. I think it's just good marketing, right? It has to be. Marketing counts for something. Okay, so all of these objects will have their own unique IDs that are incremental. Anyway. Question is, do I borrow from that index? Why not? You know, I knew it was going to come back and bite me. I want to be super lazy about my approach here. I really do. I can't, because I didn't prepare to be lazy. Uh, okay. I did not prepare to be lazy, and yeah. think it's just money, right? It's really just money. It's Unreal has invested a lot into getting into the same market Unity has been trying to get into, which is like the movie industry kind of stuff. And it's the same type of market that right now Blender is trying to get into. It's just branching off into sciences and music, and I guess there's always this fear of either the video game industry's market, the video game market's volatility, as well as its room for growth, which is beyond me. It's like investor logic is crazy on that. Is the video game industry is at this point I think $1 trillion industry, maybe, but it's like crazy that you think an industry that started off in the not more than 30 years ago being something for kids is now it's larger than the movie industry overall, and yet still there's this huge fear for shrinkage. Like, if you just keep making good products, you don't have to worry about market shrinkage, right? Just have a good QA people. Like, as an indie guy, all I ever think about is when I get to that point of playtesting, because that's where I find out where the problems are, right? And so I don't care who it is. If somebody's willing to playtest it, I'll let them playtest it, because that information is valuable to me. Oh, what are you complaining about? There you go. I'm like, should have stopped complaining. Yeah, it was pretty funny stepping. I just started picturing like that office, the scene from The Office. Every all the lines and tape and everything in the pictures. See some execs at freaking Unreal on the corner of the whiteboard. Dead. Okay. All right. I wasn't able to be lazy, so I had to duplicate part of the code a little bit because I didn't think I had. But that's fine. Only one property. What I was thinking is I could have actually gotten away with using this ID instead of... Then we could just get the combatant ID. And we had to do it twice for index. But it is what it is. Let's go back to the... So we do this because we're going to be iterating over this every frame. So we want to try to make sure that any changes that happen to this don't just suddenly break the game. So we turn it into an array. Right? Arrays are just, it's safe to use these because you can't resize them. C#. Well, you can, but it's not that easy to do it. So you can't really get away with it accidentally. You can with list. So we can do update. And we're going to introduce That's terrible. Wow, you make it sound like it's the 9th layer of hell, bro. uh, yeah, do we need to pass anything in on this? You know what? Let's be good programmers. Right? Let's be good programmers. Why am I cutting corners? Let's just be good programmers. I just don't like how clunky this is. Let's just get rid of this. So if the combatants names key combatant ID. Otherwise, we set the ID to be the active combatant. Right? And then from there, everything should work. Okay, then we do this. Yeah. And we null it. There we go. Now we're being good programmers. So let's just make sure our logic is right. First, we set this to whatever is +1. Then we get the length, which should be this, and then pass that as the add. Wait a sec. There we go. Okay. So if the length is 0, the first one that goes in 0, and the next one was going in. Keep it simple. Okay. And then we do here is run logic. There we go. What do you guys think? We have a combat logic batching system. Right? We didn't actually partition it out like a proper batch, but it's good enough. We're not making a massive strategy grand combat game. Just instant zones of combat. Probably don't need to do. I don't foresee more than like 50 enemies at most in one scene. I mean, I've tested it before. Unity should be able to handle, I think it's like 200-ish. Depending on how heavy. Thank you. Alright, let's get down to the nitty-gritty of the actor. Whatever things are called. Looks like actor is getting 2 errors. Yes. Get rid of these. This needs to be updated. Okay, this is where I was going with this. I was going to show you the damage, way damage is taken. Or handled. All of that. Oh. Oh. Know what it? You have to change it here. Oh, we did. That ID. Okay. Easiest thing in the world. Just click it and find out what's crying about. Run combat logic. have that here? Oh, we didn't put it. And actually, this shouldn't be protected. Oh, it needs to be okay, fine. Got me. You got me. Haha. Joke's on me. There we go. Gotta love interfaces. They force you into a contract you must keep. Okay. Now let's go back down to our AI. Okay. So now we need to tell this when to do this, right? So there's two types of times when we'll ever do this. One is on patrol. Well, I mean, we don't care when we're doing it, but we might have to design out a patrol, and we have to design out when it defines the player. And later on, I'm thinking of adding in factions and things like that, so these enemies should target like one another and so on, right? And we're getting into that area where we're gonna probably have to design a state machine pretty soon. I'm trying hard to get around that because I want to keep this simple until I like am 100% sure I want to design this like for product. Right now it's just like growing pains kind of design where I'm building out. I'm trying to like find the areas that I don't want to get trapped in later on. I don't like this one. Should we keep it that way? So long as we don't give it a new direction, I think we're fine. I think this is what I was. But so long as it doesn't go past this, it shouldn't move. Again, we're applying forces, so this is all a rigid body. We're just hacking into effectively the benefits of the AI. So in Unity, you cannot put a nav agent on a rigid body. You could. Anyone is free to try. Realize. Actually, there you go. Okay. Do it one more time. Yeah. My brain is saying I should make the state machine. I am not doing that. I'll make the state machine another day. Right now, I just want to see enemies attack. Move, chase, and attack, and follow this. I want to see this work. So let's not do that. Right now, we're just going to focus on... Okay. So is... now we just need to run combat logic. And... well, actually, we don't need to do that. Just do... right? And instead of doing that there, here. And now do... Okay, so we wanted to detect the enemy. So this is what we needed. Gotcha. So let's go back up. Actually, let's just put it here. Cleanest approach I can think of for handling that. Very little overhead. That should be it. Get the naming down. Clean up the naming a little bit. Oh, we did. Nothing better than doing it right the first. So I want to set up like factions, right? So this would have like at the actor level a faction that it would be tied to. And it can check against those factions to see if it's an enemy faction or not. And so let's do a we're not going to do it now, but we can also make like a threat system. Do I want to do that? Basically, do I want the combatant? I'll answer you in 1 second. Basically, I want the combatant. Do I want the combatant to have access to actor? In other words, are all combatants? You know what? Actually, I'll answer your question right now by showing you what you're talking about means. Right. So, if you've never noticed, these right here are classes, right? These are like class names. So how do you inform another script about like a specific class name? Well, generally, generally you don't need to do this, but there are times when you want to pass around information, but it's information that's passed generically, right? So let's look at my pooler. Right here, I'm passing that in, right, to define what this is. And you might be saying, well, why doesn't it automatically know what the dummy prefab is on the other side? Actually, the other script doesn't know. It won't know until I tell it. And I didn't tell it because, sorry, because I didn't tell pull, this method pull, what this was. I just left it as a variable, type T. Right? This is what's called a generic. So I could technically pass anything that I want in here, almost anything that I want in here. But once I define it here, pull will be able to understand that this object is actually this type. Right? But I can create limits for myself by saying where T is a mono behavior. Basically, and that's it. And then we can do all kinds of shenanigans from there going forward. Right? And then if we want to be able to stringify what T is in a way that can be passed around, we use type of. This way we can convert this into a class of type. I say stringify, but really it's just turning it into some way that can be passed around outside of the brackets. So do I want this to know about the actor? Does it need to know? I don't think it does. I think we're okay doing it. Is it? We have register, take damage. Is it? Hurt area. There it is. What combatants care about is their hurt area. And we care about, yeah, let's care about the distance. Yeah, we're going to do it that way. Thank you very much. And so we can change this to... And instead of doing it this way, do it that way. And apply a little optimization. This way we'll just break out if we've gotten far. Counting. Just a small optimization. We don't care. We want it to get the enemy that's closest to it, but at the same time, we don't want to hit every single enemy, right? We have no other check on it. All right. And so now, since we've detected the enemy, we can set the current target enemy. Oh, so we don't actually... Yeah, let's do this. Set the current target enemy. Equal to the found. If we find nothing, it'll just return null. Okay. Now we need a method to handle the detected enemy. Do we? Yeah, we do. Oh, we already made it here. Oops. Okay. So... Gotcha. Now we do move to... No, this is going to be problematic. This, so we can't do it this way. This is just us being trying to be cheeky. We have to do it over here. We do current target. We were just trying. This is the trick, or the pitfall. I say trick now because it's experience, but this is the pitfall of programming. Never over-optimize. You'll just end up doing it the right way eventually. All right, just be willing to say, okay, this doesn't look optimized. I'll eat it. I'll fix it on a refactor. Oh, what's this? I'm kind of doing that right now, right? You mean like you want to try to make them in components, like completely so you can't get away with you have to admit when actually I just spoke to that, right? You have to recognize when it's time to just throw it in the bag and not try to be completely optimized. It's about getting functionality and getting it to that point where you don't see any impact really. You just have to deal with garbage at a certain level or CPU costs at a certain level. As long as you have like a bigger picture of a target platform and that this is still below the range. So encapsulation, if you're just having generic problems with encapsulation, then I can show you one trick that I did. Where's my camera? So let me go to the project first so you can see it. So let's take a look at my camera. My camera works. The part of game dev, solo game dev, is you have to do game dev. This is game dev. So I set up my cameras like this. I have my custom script here, which is my rig. And the rig is always just following the player. Now, normally what I would do is I would attach the rig. Well, not attach. I would make the rig track the player. But if you look here, you'll see that it has no reference to the player, right? So how does this know that it should be tracking the player or whatever it is that it wants to target? Well, it doesn't exactly. And yeah, see here, it has no actual reference to anything. No hard reference to anything outside of its class. Right? So this is the kind of disentanglement I think you want to talk about. Like how to encapsulate completely. And so I did this. There's many ways to accomplish it. I did it through a delegate. I made this a func look at method. And then when where is it? Right. So I can go here and do, right. I can go here, camera. This is part of the problem of disentangling completely. You abstract out where you understand what's going on. But I have my look at method. So let's go in where this is actually called. I call it like this. When I initialize the player, I do camera rig, look at this. Right? So now the camera will look at whatever object has this player script on it when we initialize the player. This is a public static method. So long as there is a camera in the scene, once we initialize, it will tell that camera that thing. Again, this is a prototype, right? Normally what you'd want is to have some type of manager take care of that. Like once the player comes in, the player pings that manager, hey, I'm in the scene. And then that logic will handle whether it should look at a player, if it should play a cinematic, and then look at the player, whatever it is. But yeah, then we tie that into this delegate also, an action. This is a C# script. Has nothing to do. You just need to inherit system to use it. And then from there, we invoke that. On enable, so this script exists somewhere in the scene. I usually make it put it in my manager's class here. Where is it? I usually put it Where the heck did I put it? Is it on my camera? Oh, no. Where the heck did I put it? Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha. It is on the camera. I just showed it to you at the very beginning. So this is it. So it exists in the scene somewhere. Once it exists in the scene, this is what will happen to it. Now, only one camera can ever be enabled at a time that's using the camera rig script, but I'm not going to get into that completely. Now, after that, to clarify it, because this might look like voodoo if you're not familiar with delegates, we subscribe to that. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. Right? We only ever want one thing to be respond. And then once we do this, we just take an anonymous. This is an anonymous delegate. We create one, and then attach it to this. Right? And so we've stored. We check first if the target is a component. If it's a component, then it has a transform. And if it has a transform, it has a position. Then we take that position and apply whatever offset we want. And this is important. This all happens at runtime, so it's not like it's stored in. Well, it is cached, because we're caching it inside of this. But now we have a method of following the camera around without having any hard locks onto what it's following around. Technically, I could put a tree here, and it would look at the tree, or I could put water or an enemy, and it would look at that thing, right? And it would track that thing as it moved around. This doesn't care what it looks at. In the same breath, I could give it a location. In other words, see that this is a vector 3, and it will handle looking at that location as well. I think he's deleting his messages. I was in the middle of reading it and then it just vanished. Am I wrong? I'm losing my mind. No, I made this. But is this registering to you? Like, are you seeing this is the voodoo part of it? Right, this part. I made again, let's go back up one step. I made this. All funcs return this value. Whatever the last value is in a func inside of these brackets is what it's going to return. So all it's doing is returning a vector 3, and we can store anything inside of it that we like. In this case, or we store methods. And in those methods, we have this, and this method is returning a vector 3. All of them have to return vector 3. And then we store it. And that's that. We don't care about that. I think your messages are being deleted, because I was in the middle of reading one and it just vanished on me. Let me check what's going on there. Maybe it's like a... No, it is. Even on the YouTube, it's gone. Oh well. Okay. So let me finish up this stuff, and so yeah, that's the camera system. You don't need to save anything. Don't want to mess anything up. Forget about it. And yeah, all of that functionality comes from just this one call. Okay. Pretty cool. There's, a lot of people, they say that type of stuff, you just gotta think about what your project is, and what makes sense for your project, what you like. I have my own likes, so my character controller might not fit your game, and I just have a tendency towards building specific types of character control, and it's just my comfort zone character controller, really. One sec. Like this same controller I could use in 3D. I've done it for 2D. Now I'm doing it in 2.5D. Next is 9th D. Yeah, never know. Never know. Let's see. Like, I think I streamed when I made it, so you could always just follow along there. One sec. I don't know. Like, that sounds like a growing pain. Like, state machines, you have to know. It sounds like, because you're describing two things, and it sounds like you need to be able to understand what those two things are about. Or... Exactly, yeah. Just like what I'm doing right here. I'm doing everything in my power to avoid making the state machine, because I want to just get the enemy moving. Because I know if I make the state machine, I'm going to deep dive into it, and I'm going to make it complete, feature complete, and that's going to take at least 2 hours. But I don't want to do that yet. I just want the enemy to move. So let's move the current target enemy. Move that get. We're going to move the hurt area, that thing. Or move to the... Okay. So we do have a small issue, right? What happens if the transform position that we're trying to get the path to isn't on the nav mesh? Crazy, right? It's real crazy. It's different out here. So... So... Yeah, I've never used Unity's built-in character control. So I can't really speak to it. Right? Like I said, I try not to talk about the things I don't know about. That's a very quick way to look stupid. And I don't need a lot of help to look stupid. Okay. So I think that's it. The only thing left is to just test it and keep running through the errors until I fix it. So if the current target is equal to null, then return. Otherwise, we want to move to current target's hurt area. Position. Right? And Yeah. Squiggly line Confucius ... maybe. I think that's it. Let's default this to 5. Should be good. So yeah, that's why the ... dot's there. Just in case, you know. If the distance is greater than the detection range, we can... I mean, I would say probably Unity specific, I think like 2 years. Move to combat run. But I mean, I spent a good chunk of time also on Godot. So between the two, about 2 years, a little bit. Okay, let's follow the flow. My bad. So every frame we're doing move to if the combat target is not null, or the current target enemies. Okay, we're doing stuff here. Let's do it the right way. There we go. Okay, what's up? I've met a lot of people who thought about making their own engine. I've met some people who have made their own engine. Personally, no. Right? I mean, it's all about the amount of time that you have. And I don't have the time to make an engine. But there's a whole bunch of things that you're going to develop along the way. Skills that you're going to get. No matter what. Like, maybe after I make a few games, then I'll consider making an engine. Right? Like, after I get a couple things done, then I'll know that these are the things that I would like to see done. But here's the thing, a lot of people forget about Unity, is that Unity is an engine that, at the paid level, you can contact Unity themselves and have them change the engine or your needs, specifically your needs, right? They do this. And a lot of people forget that this is a thing, that the base version of Unity, the free version of Unity, is effectively just like a demo. And it's a very powerful demo. But the whole premise of it is you're paying into it at a certain point, and some of the benefits that comes with that is they'll customize the engine for your needs. So there's something good that comes with having an entire team of professionals that developed engines as their, that's their enterprise doing that, right? But to get there, first you have to have moolah. Lots and lots of moolah. Okay, and then we do move to, and if we're out of the detection range, we get rid of the current target, we return out of this. From here, this is going to be null, so it'll just keep returning out. We go back to detect, and in detect, it will then go through this and just look for anything. I like this. This is good, I think. These two are good. And this is just happening here. And when we do set direction, we're just taking our current destination, doing that. So current destination has a problem. And that problem is we need to initialize it. Can we do this? I don't know if we can do this. Can we do this transform? Nope, we can't. That'd been cool. So we have to do start. Current. Or we could call. There we go. So if we call move to position on start, then we'll get a dummy. We'll try to get a path from that dummy. Then we'll go through this. This should come back saying nothing is part of the path. This should just be nothing. This should also be nothing. But we're going to immediately just set it to this and pass in dummy reach to get rid of the dummy. Right? This should all happen on the very first frame. So, yeah, I think we're good. Let's test it out. Let's see what happens. Let's make sure everything is saved. Okay. We do have a problem with the dummy, though. Probably could. It probably is a thing. I mean, Fiverr is a real thing. Okay, something is crying. Oh, we don't use these. That's fine. We're going to use them down the road. For right now, let's go here and move our enemy. Well, first we need to put an enemy into the sea. Grab this guy. Holy cow, he has a ton of scripts on him that he cares about. He will not have a weapon. Does need to have an animator. Animator. Okay. And does need a hurt area. Yeah. I forgot. We forgot, folks. Okay. Right. So it could be so for example, one use of doing something like a custom engine. Well, first off, your question, what would be the purpose of or the case where engine customization would be necessary? To answer your question, you can go see Godot, which is an open source engine, and it's basically a gigantic customized engine. And any other engine. It's because there are certain functionalities. Right? Like, let's say I wanted Unity's animator system. I wanted this system to replace Godot's 3D system. Right? That would require an engine overhaul. You can't simply do it within. You could, but you're going to end up more than likely creating a lot of garbage that could have been solved by doing it back end. Right? If the engine just natively read through these and handled its hash tables internally instead of doing it twice. Well, I'm not sure how Godot does it, but in Unity they do it by mirroring. So everything that's done at C# is then done again in C++ on back end before you get that back. Godot, you just do it on the back end overall. In Godot? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, thinking about it, I can agree. I can agree with you on that. I think so. That sounds right. In Unity, I'm scared to answer that question, Unity, because it's got so many different things going on that I don't know about. Like it's, that would be a scary thing for me to answer. In Godot, it's easier. No, you're absolutely right. Okay, let's try this stuff out. So we have created. Oh, we haven't made that yet. Let's make the dummy. Wherever that dummy is, I'm pretty sure I have one somewhere. There we go. Navigation dummy. Okay, turn that into a prefab. And let us let us we need to, where's the enemies there? We need to set it, well, first we need to attach the hurt box here. We don't have a weapon handler on this. The ground layer is ground. You know what? Let's grab the players. Let's copy this component and just paste the value. Can you? Oh. Nope, we can't just paste the values because it's not one-to-one. What does the player do? The player has 9 speed, 950, 2.5. Uh, 0.13, 0.3, 0.5. That stuff is that stuff, and we need to remove this and add the rigid body, and add a capsule collider. One 1.5. Okay, and its collider is not a trigger. Let's make sure the collider is the right size. Looks good. And the hurt box needs to be the right size also. Ah, needs to be in the right area to begin with. There we go. That's good enough. And it is a trigger, so that should be it. Okay. So let's move this enemy somewhere far enough that it won't just immediately go nuts. So we do have a problem with the dummy. The dummy won't know that it's whether or not it's on or not on a nav mesh. Elusive class. What are you guys saying? And you keep deleting your messages. Like, I'm in the middle of reading them and then they're gone. That's not fun. Global, so I'll give you an example of globals just, well, I think you guys are talking about two different things. I think that you guys are saying the same thing in a way, but just talking past one another. That's what I read into. I think he means something different when he's saying it versus what you're saying. Um, right? The one thing for that GD script doesn't have that it should have, that he's kind of referring to aleatorio with globals, is stuff like being able to do namespaces in GD script. You can't do that in GD script, but that would be something you'd have to create at the level of the engine, right, in order to produce. So that's like the context of global. I think what you're talking about are actual like static calls and like singletons and auto loads and stuff like that. Right, there's some wiring being crossed between them, but they're not really the same thing. Okay. All right, let's give this a shot. I give it 70% chance that it's going to give me a exception. What did I forget to do? Null reference exception somewhere. Hey, there you go. Okay. What did I forget? It's something on the enemy component actor, line 22. What is the actor looking for? Ah, okay. Line 29. Oh, okay. We forgot to put the navigation dummy on the enemy. Should be at the bottom, yeah. No, you can make globals on your own. Like, I'll show you. This is what I mean when I was saying I think you guys are, because this is a global class, or this is global right now. Right? This is global. So I can go to any script now and do something like global to being that it's within my project global, within this project, or this section of the project's code base, it's global. So, but which means for all intents and purposes, this is a global call. Right? Right, and that's not static or anything. It's just that's what it was. All right, let's see. We fixed those two problems. Now we're gonna get some other type of exception. I don't know what type of exception am I gonna get. We got two null refs already. So what? Or is it gonna be another null ref or? Not sure. The only way to find out is by hitting this play button. Okay, no cheating. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Ah, another null ref. There we go. What did we forget? Line 29. We did. We set the dummy prefab, no? Oh. So this is a problem with completely disentangling your code, is that you'll end up getting these exceptions, and you'll never know why you got those exceptions because your code is so abstracted out that it just won't tell you. But fortunately, because I just did the code, it's fresh in my head. I need to actually add a pool manager script here. Go. Right? And so we're gonna make this pool parent here. This is testing out that other system that I had made before, and see how that works. So now it should spawn, but I want to finish out this thing. So let's go back to the code real quick. And we do get dummy. So we kind of want to set the dummy's parent. So we can do hold on. Can we just do this? How do you feel? I think this makes this a little bit... Would it be better? I think it's better to do it this way. I think we're putting too much into the pull call at that point. I think that's the better API for it. Fair. Fair. I'm not picky though. Let's see. Game object. So we need to pass in the game object, the instanced object. It's parent name. Otherwise, so I'm. Do you think I should test out if Thesis works? If you're if you're still here, step in. Do you think I should step in it again? Oh man, I don't think I'm gonna do it. I wanted to show because I use an AI for my documentation. It does a pretty good job, but I haven't used it in months, so I I haven't taken the time to set it up outside of stream, and I'm afraid it'll break my I'm afraid it'll break my stream again. You know what? Let's try it. What's the worst that could happen? Right, there we go. So like it does stuff like that. I don't like doing it for these because it does a really poor job. But over here, it's fine. I can delete all of this stuff because this is for, like, I guess, non-VS code. I don't know. It doesn't work. I think this is UXML. It does not work. Just summary. Oh, and I think returns works. Yeah. So delete this. But it doesn't it fails to do the definition for the param names. Would have been nice if it caught all of that, but whatever. Oops. There we go. Okay, I think that's it. Let's make sure everything looks nice. Ah, whoops. Has to be on the same line. There we go. There we go. I mean, we could try it for this, but usually these end up really coming up bad. I did it all right. Okay, let's do it for the rest of them. Okay. Save everything. All right. I think I just let my my attention deficit disorder take over. Get back to getting things. Continue to give me null ref exceptions. Invalid cast. Line are we talking? In 19? Ah. If I get rid of this, give me problems, right? I was hoping I wouldn't bump into that problem. I wonder. No way it can do that. The problem is up here. That is the solution normally, but it's giving me invalid. Let's do this, just to see which part of it is giving me the problem. If it's the actual cast, then fine. I think I know how to fix it if it is. Yeah, it's the cast itself. Okay. We did it the other way around. Let's try it. What is it trying to return? Ah. It gets a game object, gets type, and it wants to return behavior. Or you can go one step further. All of these are components. Granted, all of them are objects. I mean, worst case scenario, we'll just go fold out and a little granular on it, but it's okay. Right? Oh. Gone are the days of gone are the days of null reference. Oh, I missed the so it's saying basically that we can't cast the object that we got back. Because I get it. This is the problem. Okay. Okay. Next. Nothing else is wrong. What's the problem? Ah. Do we do that here also? Have to do it. All right. Oops. Okay. What about the return call? How does that look? All right, that's fine. We're working off of the code at that point. The hash. This doesn't make sense. Worked here. Ugh. Oh, we forgot to do it. Looks all right. What are you crying about? All object type. It have yes, this needs to be. I mean, technically, then we could store this as a component. But that ship is sailed right up. Little granular. Are you going to cry more? Or are you crying now? Here. Oh, it's returning game object. Okay. Ah, that's rough. Okay. Null ref accept. Ah, we made it out of the pool, so now we're back in the pool. Handle set parent. Oh, I'm like, okay. Right. That's weird. Why did it start crying over that? Man, I get crying, but... Oh, I see. Okay. All right, let's try it now. Saved, right? Out of bound. Ray, that is. Pather itself. Hey. So we have a few warnings here of the one that we made. That basically means that we created that. Let's check out a few things and see if they're working. We'll start from the pool. Should have created, yep, path or parent. And path or parent should have a dummy. There it is. Nice. Alright, so the pool is working. Next is the enemy. So let's actually look for the pather real quick. Ah. Not sure what I need to do now. This is a test of what do I remember about navmesh, or then coding it. Oh, let's debug it a little bit in the other direction. So it's saying that it can't detect it's failing to detect the hold on, console. It says fail to create agent because there is no valid nav. This is our nav mesh. Right? So how about we do it like this? I think what's happening is that's being called way too early. Despite me putting it in start. Current. Okay. That's what we want to do. We want to initialize the current destination. Jump. Try. No, we still get that fail to create. Alright, let's test a few things. First, let's see if it's actually detecting us. First, yeah. On enable should be in. There should be an on enable up here. Unregister, register. This thing is getting registered over here. We don't need to worry about that. It's part of the combat manager. Right? we need to know what's happening. Could be just logic issues. Oh, did we? Yeah, no, we did. Wasn't sure if I made the combat manager in an instance of. Not being called at all. Did we put a combat manager in? Combat manager. And executing run combat logic. Ah. So current target is not null. Basically. This is being called every frame. What's not? Is the script not in the... What the heck is going on? The enemy's right here. Have the enemy script. It's not getting... Yeah, it is getting a combatant type. Let me enable... Oh, not... What the heck? Run logic is not being... Run combat logic. Let's test out the combat manager. Registration. There should be two things trying to register. You know what might be happening? Let's do this. We're only going to see this pop up once, I think. Going to be with the player. I'm like 100% sure. I think I know what's happening. Happening too quickly. It's a race issue. What? Nope. Not a race issue. Unless it's actually a race issue. Think. Bird box. Think. Okay. The rest of this might not be an issue. I think it's a race issue at the very beginning with the player, with just the actor overall. And I kind of knew I was going to bump into it because, you know, the other shoe always drops. And I was like, hey, it worked the first couple of times. But no, it's a race issue no matter what. So that means we have to, it's a quick fix. We just need to throw that into initialize. But problem is I never created the initialize in the actor. I did it in the player. And then I just worked my way up. So let's do that. Okay, so now we just take all of this and dump it in here. Oops, what's this? Change some logic around. All right. Okay, so now we have to go down a couple levels to the player and just get rid of... we can leave that there. Is it public? Or did I make it private? Nah. What did I do? Yeah, no. There we go. Where is it? Oh, brother. Oh, bother. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, so the actor, this actor class part. This should actually be looking for the combat manager. There we go. Past me did think about this a little and do something like this. That's where that came from. That's to let you know I wasn't just making stuff up. I knew this was going to happen. I just hoped for some reason I wouldn't get a racing issue. Okay. And we'll handle initialize start routine initialize. Right. We'll start it there. And then let's go back down to the player and remove it over here. Should never be doing initialize calls in the lower levels. They're always going to be happening at the very top because they work their way all the way down. So now that we know that we have a dedicated initialize, we can actually just do this. Well, actually, let's just leave this the way it is. This isn't doing anything special. That's it. So what's the first thing that's going to call this is going to be this. And once this happens, then we worry about that. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Clear. I did it twice. What is wrong with this? Ah. What the heck? Index was outside of the range. How? Oh! There it is. Okay. Okay. So we got past the racing issue. Where is it? We can get rid of this. Now we're getting null reference exceptions on line 80. 80. Oh, no, we said it, didn't we? Enemy. Yeah, we did. We set the hurt area. What is it looking for? Did we forget to give the hurt area a collider? No, we did. And set it right there. Capsule collider. Did we forget to set? We set it from the inspector, but it should set it. I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. Let's check this other one first. index out of range. Right. This needs to be this. There we go. Okay, that's one issue. What was the other one again? Another index out of range. Audio. Index out of range. Ow. I'm literally using. Oh. Okay, so we do know that it gets through to C, goes A, B, and problem is that it's only doing this once. Stopping. Should do it. Frame until check if it's actually at combatant. If the found is equal to null, then this is going to return true. Otherwise, we found something, and that's why it stopped tracking. But, oh, whoops. Okay, that way it doesn't target itself. We didn't. So now when we get in range... Boy, I'm right here. Oh, he fell over. Forgot to do this. With this version, I can just lock these. Oh, let me see what I did with the play. Yeah, we locked all three. All right, let's get it working. Having too much fun. So we have a very weird situation happening here. What are we doing with this guy? Not much. We're just doing null checks on it. What? Oh, I see. I'm so confused by what's happening here. right? Because instead of doing break here, let's do this. Do a return. I'm so confused. What did I forget? It's just not being called. I should not be getting racing issues. That's... Oh. Oh boy. Okay, we got you. Back in actor. Ugh, that's annoying. Unenable doesn't happen when an object is first awakened. If it's already enabled in the scene. Stuff that I put in here never got fired off, basically. Oh, okay. So, do we use start anywhere else? Yes, we do. Okay, now we should be okay. No, actually, we need to go back to the enemy and fix this part. So... Okay, there we go. Now we should be okay. Forgot about that. That's something to add into the jar of things. Keep forgetting. Oh, whoa. Ah, that's funny. That's funny. Basically, I think the camera was told to look at the enemy. I'm not sure why, because only the player has that in its initialize, I thought. One sec. Let's try that one more time. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Went to get something to munch on. Hadn't remembered to. Things are getting weird. Player script called the weapon hand. Just disable the enemy. Just see what happens. Heck. Where you look? I have no clue what was in start. Something was in start. Sorry, whole routine initialize. Okay. Oh, I see. It's, the camera is just going back because we never get to this, is what I think. Are we getting here? But the enemy was telling the camera where to go. I don't think we're getting to that anymore. Yep, we're not getting there. So we're stopped here. Know what? Never did. Hmm. Back. Oh. Okay, I figured it out. Nope, it's not. What the heck? What's happening in our code? Wait on print on that. Yep, we never even get there. What the heck? And call start? Level 6, 7, 8. Hmm. Who references? Actor. Then we have actor movement under it. Actor movement doesn't call start, I believe. Ah. I mean, we could always just throw it in there just to see, like, acted, virtual, or override. Right? And just to see, like, shouldn't need to do that. Because I've used, like, on enable overrides if worked perfectly fine. Yay. At some point, one of these prints has to print, right? Okay, so this is on the player. What? Oh, this is on the actor. Alright, let's follow the path. First one was called on the actor, as it should have. Well, technically it's not the first. It handled this. It went through A, B, perfectly fine. SD is where the problem began. This one is actually called first. And then B, already deleted. There's a null for what? Okay. I don't know what that's about. Calling that combat manager, hurt area.
This should not be possible, but let's move on from that for a second. We did set the enemy hurt area. Well, that should be only the player anyway. I'm 100% sure the player... Oh no. When did we remove it? I don't know. Oh, that's right. When we made it a prefab. Okay. So now let's just run it with only the player. Okay. And then if we turn on the enemy... If the enemy is off, will it still try to create a nav mesh? Agent? That tells me that there is an agent somewhere in the map already. Ah, this is what's causing it. That's what's causing the... Gotcha. Okay. Clear that. So now we shouldn't get that problem. Or warning. Okay. Turn on enemy now and get back to first world problems. Goal is to just get this guy to chase me. Maybe he likes me too much. I don't know. He doesn't like me at all. Okay. Right here. On the distance. And actually, let's put it above. That thing should be firing off every couple of frames. Or every frame. Ah. I refuse to believe that you still have not registered. I'd like to talk to you about your car insurance. Oh. Ah. Base start. Okay. Now it should work. Nope, we're still not getting a ton of those. We should get like a ton of freaking messages about its distance. We don't have an initialize at this level. So let's do a print here. This should then go up to base start. Should then run initialize, which is going to wait until the combat manager is initialized and then register. That's the whole point. Nope, we don't do it. Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? Did I forget to save? Oh. Tell me the problem the whole time was I forgot to save. I think I'm getting tired. I think I'm getting tired. There it is. Starting. Run. There we go. Now we're getting a ton of this run message. We're still not getting a whole bunch of the distance message, but run is good. Run is a good message to get. Means we're actually getting somewhere. Okay, let's bring run down. Current target doesn't equal null. We return, otherwise we are running. Now we should get overwhelmed with A's. If we're lucky. Yep, there we go. Okay, so we're making it past that. We get over to here. So if the combatant is null, whatever we get here, so the only solution to this question, or answer to this question, is that combatant IDs are equal. Okay, so the question needs to be answered. Happening in the combat manager. It only registers one thing in the combat. So something is not registering. Who isn't registering? Is the enemy... No, he's here. Ah, who's not registering? Which one of you is not registering? Um... One of you two is not being good. Which one is it? What? Nope, they both registered. Sort of. Player tried to register. What happens when you register? Oh, hmm. Hmm. Normally you would fix this by doing this. Let's see if that works. Sometimes it doesn't. Case. Just make an on awake. Up, did not work. All right, let's do that. But now it should work all the time. There we go. Hey. All right, what's going on with the where is the other thing? Oh, are we getting any warnings or anything? No, it's just what I put in. All right, let's stop for a second. Clean this up. Okay, first we got to test the detection range. Right now it is 5. I don't know what 5 actually means. Visualization. Get a sense of. Nothing. Okay, so according to this, my distance is roughly 32, 37. What the heck? What? That makes no sense. Hold on. Something here. Oh, that's the, null reference. Okay. So something is over on this side. What the heck is over there? It's like right here. Ish. What is right here? What is that position? Who knows? Don't know what's there. Let's check over here. The hurt area. Let's just make sure that the hurt area is zeroed out. Might not be. It is. It is zeroed out. It is right there. Visuals there. Enemy there. Okay. Well, on the plus side, we know that it's detecting the player. That's a positive. On the minus, we don't know where it's actually looking. Like, I don't know where that is. It's looking for the player's hurt area. So let me check where the player is. Ah, okay. That's not zeroed out. There we go. That should provide. Okay, that solves a lot of the problems. Let's try it now. I mean, we're still going to bump into that error, but it should now match visually what's going on. Yep, there we go. And once we hit 5, we should crash. There we go. Null reference exception. What are you crying about? It wants to set the parent. Oh! Huh? Wants to set the parent. What are you saying? Object reference not set to an instance of the object. Line 45. What object? Oh, okay. Wait, is it? So is it saying that it didn't actually make this object? We just tested this. It was working a second ago. Please don't tell me that I have to go back looking into the pool again. Alright, let's take a look at the pool parent. Pool parent has nothing in it. Did it at least spawn somewhere? No. Alright, we need to do some quick debugging on the pool. Give me a second. Pool manager, let's just grab this real quick. And we're going to turn these off. That's for now. Need to do some testing on the pool system. As we have problems. What? Whatever. Yeah, it didn't do it. Why not? Okay. If this is true, we have problems. We have problems. All right, let's get into it. We are getting through here. we do get into the handle pull. And we are saying we're returning null here. Let's start from top to bottom on this. Right? Let's just do it top to bottom. First component. Then go down here. This is going to take in a full chunk. This is going to, should be, not going to give me problems, but it should give me, there it is. Go pull component. Hey, how you doing, Adam? I'm doing okay. I'm just cleaning up my, I decided to make a pooler on the fly, so doing the things that happen when you code on the fly. Congrats! Small victories. That's what matters. Progress. I am... I could just open my, I could just open my old code and just see how I did this before. But why would I do that, right? It is. It really is. But when you get to realizing that it's just a set of formulas, then there's like a website that you can go to. You can just get the whole list of different possibilities you can pull off with it as far as formulas go. I'm in my focused mode at the moment. As I see like the direction I'm going and I don't like it, I'm getting really tempted to just open up my old code and find out like what I did. So this looks like it would work, right? But there's a problem. The callback doesn't know anything about the component of the object that's being passed back. So how do we tell it? That's the question. Let's go looking at when we set the callback up. I think it's an instance item. Yep, here we go. Yeah, this is where I would get stuck now. This is problematic. We need a way of passing through the component's type properly. This is where I'm thinking I might be a little bit tired and may have pushed into the smooth parts of my brain. I want to get this enemy moving, so let's keep chugging on, right? Thanks, man. So we could store it here. Don't have a coffee cup, man. Thanks, though. That was very considerate. Let's see. We need a way of storing a generic type here. I wonder. Let's try this. Never done this. Oh, cool beans. No, you could do that internally. Oh, we can't do that. But we still end up right where we started from. This is exactly the pigeonhole I didn't want to get into. No, it's not. This is piracy. That's what this is. We're on the high seas now, brother. I'm now about 5 minutes away from opening up an old project and taking a look at what shenanigans I pulled to get around this. Let me see something. We still don't know the type. Can't pass that through because this is an instance item that is part of... Wait. Oh no, we didn't do that. Alright, let's go back into the code and make it clean again. Or cleaner. I have an idea. This is where I have been stuck in previous projects where I'm doing all of this shenanigans. Always forget how to get around this. Let's check. Yeah, you can't. Oh, this is gonna be work. I don't want to do it. I can see what to... Oh, no. I'm gonna need to make a wrapper class and then... Oh, I don't want to do it, man. Can't make me. The alternative is to take it and put it inside of a helper. And then have the helper take care of how it handles the information. The last step is to just eliminate the type request altogether, because we never use it really. I check. Use it anywhere? We never use it. We use int. So we only use it to provide some variance. But can we do this? Okay, we can do that. Means that we can promptly get rid of... And also means that we can get rid... That's where the problems are coming in. I see. So we store the prefab as game. Okay, there we go. No, sir. Okay. Now on return, just return an int. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. And once we instance it, so here we pass through the ID. Here, set the type ID, give it the prefab, pass through back the. Do you even need the prefab anymore at that point? I think we even need have the ID. We're just going to pass back this. Then we just pull back the instance object. We're getting there. It's piece by piece cleaning it up. Meanwhile, problems that we never fixed. So this is going to require the that we came up with. We don't need this. Nope. Okay. While in set data, pass through the item. I'm going to pass item. But that's not good. Good. Ah, wait. Go. When all else fails, just turn it into an integer. Component prefab population. This wants to just take in a component and we don't need this anymore. Unset pop. Handle pull. Just wants the prefab then. Nothing wrong with simplification. All right, let's see if that fixed it. If this works, it'll better than original. Hey, so on start, the AI, the enemy AI, should generate the dummy. Still giving me null. Actually, it's giving me null in a weird place, saying that this is null. 112, right? Yeah. Did I set that in the enemy? Be down here. Oh, for some reason it went away. I don't know why. Okay. Prefab. Everything else is set, right? Come on, why waste my time like this just for an exception? We all know you're going to give me another exception. Let it go. Unity compiling my shader. The shadow caster, sprite shadow pass shadow. That's like the smallest shader possible. And it's acting like as if it needs an eternity. It was done in shader graph. No problems. Come on, buddy, you can do it. 1 minute of compilation. Okay. I just want my enemies to move. This is the longest time I've ever spent compiling. I don't know what happened. Might have to restart Unity, I guess. I think it's still going, right? Yep. Unity froze. I think. Yeah, I think it's crashed. 2-3 minutes of shader loading for a shader that's probably like at most 6 lines of code. So I'm going to restart Unity. Let's go ahead. Do we even use this anymore? I don't think so. I think we can just get rid of this. I don't even think we use prefab anymore. When we do a pull, what happens? Handle pull. Instance and item. Okay. I think Unity is back. Yes. Can the game start? No. Or no? We need to re-add the enemy to... or rather, we re-add this. Where the heck is it? Prefabs. See what's going on. Okay. Well, hold on there, buddy. What's false again? I think false is a good thing, right? Yes! False is a good thing. We are in business. Okay. There we go. So now the next step is to, it needs to not just pull it, but also add its parent without a problem. See if it does that much. Looks like it did. Let's check. Let us check. Nope, it did not. Where the heck is the... Where did it put it? Where the heck did it put it? Camera rig, mouse object. The player. Did it add it as a child of the... Nope. What happens if I get too close? Nothing. If I get far away, it starts again. Well, detection range is working perfectly fine. Oh. So the fact that this stopped means that this is working. The issue is the dummy. Ah, that's why. You turn that on. I have no clue where it was putting this. Okay, what happens if we set the parent? So once we get, I think it's in detection range, it is going to try to create one. Enemies, it should be over in here, parent pool. Yep, here we go. Created the path or parent, and then a navigation clone. And that clone is now standing on top of where he is. And nice. If I go far away, just does its thing. So the whole pooling situation is working perfectly fine. We're returning it. So when it does that drop, that's it. When I go out of range, the pool, this is telling it to return it back to the pool. And when I get back, it's being added back from the pool back to it. Let's just double check that. It should go set active false. Huh. Aha! I don't know what just happened. Null reference exception. Oh, damage doesn't even exist yet, so what are we doing? There we go. That should stop that. Okay, so now our next job is we're going to do it in reverse. All right, we're going to have to do it in reverse. Oh, okay, so pooling is working. AI Pather perfectly. So first we want to find out if we're actually even getting here. We should be. Let's just verify. Right, and also, if we are, then I want to know a print on I want to know exactly what it has in its chain of vector 3. If it's populating the vector 3s proper, then we're like halfway done with this then. Okay, so we need to get in range. And it's giving me empty vector 3. Okay. Nice. So let's do this. Private. Hey.
You got it, brother.
I have no clue what this is doing. That's what it is. Static call. Got it. Would never have figured that one out. This is the call. There it is. You know what? We should do this elsewhere. Now we calculate. There it is. Okay. Object reference not set to an instance. What do you mean? It fails the first time. And then it just doing this. Okay. Okay, let's do it in awake. The start is too late. Yep, so I think start was just too late. Well, we don't know yet. Okay, run this through. We do a sample position. We're getting past that, which means that we know we're on the net. And we do... What if we do agent? Destination. And instead of doing this part, or maybe it's actually that the ants do that. Let's do this. That could be a thing. Oh yeah, it's my debug area. I'll make a new area after I make the enemies move. Oh geez, dude. Talk about backseat driver. Holy cow. You want me to make a new area? I can make a new area. Sure. I'll change it. I'll change it tomorrow. It's completely randomized, so it's not like as if I spend a lot of time making them. I just like this one, so. Fair. What do you want to see tomorrow then? See. Just different. Okay, fair. I'll look into trees. Maybe we'll get different trees or something. Best trees more on the edge? What do you mean, like, literally on the edge? Or I could probably put in a skybox while we're at it. Can I go up this? I don't think I can climb this, can I? I guess we can do something more rocky tomorrow. That's a thing. Or we could actually be on top of the cliffs instead, above the trees. How about that? How does that sound? So you see like how there's that area up here? Could actually just be up there instead. just make a map where that's like most of the size, and then that could be a thing. Good catch, though. Sometimes you need a break, right? Anyway, this is happening right here. Let's take a look at what's happening with the what's happening with the one sec. There we go. Okay, so the agent is following me. But if I go too far away, and then if I step back in, there. So you really dislike the whole way the shader works, basically. The dissolve effect. And I thought I'd get further. The agent is following me, which is nice. But I think I have to do it the other way around. So let's work on that. Oh! Really? So that's the vibe it gives you? Didn't realize it was that heavy. I'm thinking about this wrong. Let's see. You kind of lost me a little bit. So, I mean, I kind of get what you're saying. Like I started understanding. Basically, I remember you saying something about claustrophobia with it, but I'm like a little bit lost on if you're combining two different conversations. Are you talking about just like changing the overall view, or are you talking specifically about the way the shader handles the trees? I think my brain is on the way the shader handles the trees, and you're just talking about like generally overall. Is that what's happening? Oh, that's easy. That's You just want the area to be bigger, basically, that you can see. That's your issue. Like generally, if you go like this far in, you'll never really bump into it. All of the trees are proportioned out. Right? If you go this far, so this much, this is the most that you'll ever get. But then you're saying this is too claustrophobic. I don't know. Everyone has always given me... It's like, it's two very different ideas on that, or minds on it. You have some people who really love it, and then some people who really hate it. So the middle ground is probably just to make it so it's much larger, probably about 50% larger. That's what I'm thinking. That's the middle ground. Yeah. The same thing that you hate, some people love. It's weird. Like some people absolutely... My question is, does it affect gameplay, right? So if I'm going up against enemies, I can see all of them if I've designed them to be melee. If I design them to be ranged and stuff is coming at you. So in other games that I've done this in, my solution was ranged enemies are always stationary. So when you see those shots come in, you know that you can just go over here and that's where your enemy is. Melee guys will always just come within this range and they'll telegraph for you what's happening. But I was earlier, you missed it, but earlier I changed some of the settings on this to make, you see how like this area over here, you can kind of see through? I increased that a bit, right? Actually, I'll do it now and show it to you. So you can see it. One sec. I believe it's under... where are you? Should be somewhere over here. Oh, there it is. Right in front of me. I'm so used to it looking different. So if I go to like 1.3, save it out. So this was the effect of it, right? You have to give it, the shader has to load in. Oh, that was quick. So basically, and I can keep messing with that, and you see how you can see a bit more, but it's like through the bushes kind of thing.
right? We can go even further beyond. You're going to see it more pronounced with this one. Let's give the shader time. There we go. Right? So you have that area where it's more open to being able to be. Of course, we could also just increase the radius of the dissolve area. You don't like the top? What the hell, bro? Like, I left that in there as, like, the canopy, kind of. Oh, man, you're a picky eater. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Next time I'll hit it. By the time I run it one more time, I'll change that out. I don't like that, though, because it has that granular effect over here. Could be. Let's bring that back up a bit. I'm gonna find this. I think. Fix. Good. That's fine. The edge is really hard on it. Like, I could soften it a bit. Oh, I didn't catch that. I'll change it. It's not a big deal. I like blue, so that's why. It's actually, I think, teal. Directly. Green. But you hate it. That's fine. Alright, let's console. Oh, let me take a look at the what the stream is doing. Because I did catch that when I was rewatching parts of the last videos, things looked different. It's weird watching what I just did like 30 seconds ago play out again. Huh. Okay. Yeah, the stream, it's not bad, it's just that it looks different. So let me see. Yeah, on my stream, it looks like it's white. Or when I'm looking at it on the stream, it looks like it's white. Like, you can't see on my, if I could, on my stream, it looks like it's teal.
but when I watch it on YouTube, it looks like it looks greenish teal on my side. But then on the stream, it looks like it's white. Yeah. I'll change it. At least now I know that it's supposed to be greenish anyway. I don't know. Bro, chill, it's not that bad. Okay, so yeah. I'm going to definitely soften it. I went for a hard edge because I just liked it, but if it's that annoying, then I'll soften it. I'll definitely try to make it closer to what is less annoying for folks. Because it's like 50% really love it, and then 50% of it really hate it, and then it's just down to finding that sweet spot, I guess. All right. So we need to. I want to get this guy moving. So let's do that. I want him right now. If I remember correctly, this thing is following me. Pather. Well, it was following me. I don't know what it's doing now. If I come back into ring. Yeah, it's just on its own. It's in La La Land. Well, that's the point, right? It was supposed to be that, like, it's supposed to be like that. But it is what it is. We'll fix it. Okay, so we're going to do this backwards. We're going to start at the, we're going to start, because this thing is being a total pain doing it that way. So we have to do it this way. The enemy, so we're going to make this queue and do it that way. No, they're kind of doing the same thing. Q is just, well, yes. So basically Q is last in, first out, and stack is first in, first out. Right? So in this case, because I'm going to be changing the way that the dummy works, instead of the dummy starting from where the enemy is, the dummy's going to always be at the destination. And then I'm just going to have it write a path back towards the enemy. And then I'm going to have the enemy get queue out each position until it gets into range of that. Yeah, basically. That's the goal. But I want to try to find a lighter way. I think set destination is kind of heavy. I'm trying to find like a lighter way of handling it, and it's supposed to be calculate. Yeah. So, right. So you could consider queue more of a linked list, right? And stack is um it's LIFO. It's that's the difference between. But I'm going to be doing it this way because reasons. I'm bumping into some technical quirks. Now path queue. So now this, instead of returning an array, uh, yeah. This does. I think there's the difference between them is if is that don't quote me on this, but is it's really more about just it's really more about it's really more about the safety of memory, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that though. That's between them versus using linked lists. That's what I recall being told about them. That was many moons ago. I don't think we need this anymore. Okay, there. What's up now? There. Okay, I think this is good. So now when we go back out, this will now populate the path queue. So since we're populating the path queue, we want to... Does anything change here? Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Because we're doing it the other side. So... if the path queue count greater than 0, then path, and we want to dequeue that. So this should be the path that is closest to us, right? Assuming that that's the way that it's put in Pather. And so the current destination is going to be set. And current. Okay, so we set the current destination over here. And then if the distance between us and that current destination is too great, from our stop distance, return. Otherwise, then we update this, then return out of it. And if this is 0, then just you set the current destination to this position. Then we tell the dummy that we reached the... Oh, yeah, so then you're... I mean, you still got to do what you got to do then. Okay, let's give this a shot. Okay, it should have made one. Here it is. And it is now actively following me. Awesome. Which means that this thing should be getting a path to it based on where I am, and then if I go out of range, it stops. Awesome. Now if I go back in range, it should pick up on me again. And that's it. Later on, we can add raycasting to it. So it'll shoot a ray directly at me, and if I hide behind objects and stuff like that, they might lose sight of me over time. It'd be pretty cool. Okay, next we need to apply movement. So this thing should be moving already, just by virtue of the current destination being what it is, right? That's what I thought. We're missing some step. That direction what should be doing it. That direction should be looking at our current destination, getting the distance, and then updating the direction. What happens when we update direction? That direction is that. Oh, I see. We have the functions here, but we actively have to set it up in the children. It doesn't do it automatically. I'm wondering if I should... Oh, I think we want to have the inheritors have control over that, so fixed update. How did I do it on the player? Just grab the players. You don't need update animation yet. But we do need probably a trend. No, we don't. Direction. There we go. That's like in case I want to like do things inside of the inheritor. Oh, we crashed. Actor movement doesn't like some. Doesn't know. Line 27. Oh, we forgot to set these. Object reference not set to... I think we need to tell it what the rigid body is. Is that what it is? Body position. This is a float. Vector. Ground ray hits. Fine. float, so it has to be the rigid body. Did we not? Okay. So we need to implement. Take a look over here. Routine in. All right, and we need to do a I should probably if oh, all right, that should do the trick. Hopefully that didn't create more problems than it solved. On the player, though, we need to find out how the player is detecting it and get rid of that. Okay, so the player was doing it. Rid of that. Okay, see if that worked. All right, so now it should start moving. Nope, we got some null reference exceptions. Both of these are probably it saying it doesn't know. Yeah, still doesn't have that, and same thing, just the player now also doesn't have any clue where. Initialize routine initial, which is event. All right, are we getting here? That's the question. That is the question. What the heck? Okay, well, we got enemies to move. That was it. Good game. It's boy. What's happening here? I'm so confused about this guy. Started moving a second ago. I saw you. You guys shouldn't be moving because I put a break here. Not sure how you did that. Maybe it was because it's in a coroutine. Okay. We can get rid of this. So this is just a logic issue. Where is it? Move to, where are you? There it is. Okay. So what is the current stop distance is the question. It's 1. So the question is, do we ever satisfy that? I don't think we do. I don't think it can. Yeah. Can't. For some reason. Mind you, it's not actually... Well, this time we can approach it differently. Let's be a little bit less restrictive. What are you doing? Come on, brother. You're almost there. The problem is, I don't know if the directions make sense. It should. When do we set the direction? What is it? What is the direction that we actually... That direction, current destination, minus transforms position, we normalize it. That's our destination, our direction. And this is the problem. Do that. Granted, it shouldn't stop just because of that. Huh. I think it's moving away from me. Like, there's nothing stopping it from moving. I think what we need to do, we need to expose what it's doing on the inspector. Get a better view. Update direction is just very simply... Oh! Okay. That should fix it. Oi, buddy. Look up. Watch out. Look at me. Does it not have enough force? Give it more speed. Oi, buddy, what's wrong with you? Okay, let's cut down the speed a bit. And let's give it bigger spring distance. It basically has my stats, my player stat. Should just move like I move, hopefully. Give it stronger springing. Wait, buddy, you should be just moving. Oof. What is wrong with you? Alright. Do the work. Enemy. It's probably what's happening with the whole queuing up thing. Let's put this back. So we should just feed it a direction. Reaches that position. Oh. Cool with you. Ah, cool. Stop. Ah, okay. I have a better idea. I think I know what to do. Well, correction. It's not that I know what to do. I remember what to do now. Okay. Next. I can't remember. I think it was VD script that they have that function in their vector 3. I think over here I just have to use this. Okay, so then we set the current destination there. So if the dummy is equal to dummy.getPath transform positions destination, and then we I think it's -2. Or is I'm pretty sure. No, I think it's -1. Find out in a second. If it just stands perfectly still, then -2. Ah, strafing is actually like a thing. Not perfect though. All right, let's. Okay. So now we have to go back and fix the. So the current destination is set here. I could have sworn there was like is approximate. Just can't remember. Is this thing even still following me? Yes. Yes. Okay. This is following me. So now this should be trying to move toward. Unless the distance. So if the distance is greater than. Oh. Wait, yeah, if the distance is greater than the current stop, then we want it to return. All right, we want it to keep using that same current destination. Then once it's closer, we can have it check again for the next current destination. And if the current destination that we get from this is still within this range, in other words, it's basically the same place, then just say, hey, we've reached. This is where a state machine would come in and we just change our state for this, but we're trying to avoid having to do that. And so once it's reached, we should also have this over here. Print direction. We never get here. Because we never set the current destination to anything that can get here. Where is move to? Handle detected. So first we need to make sure that we actually have we know this is working. Check this. See where we're stopping. So we do get here. The issue is in here. What is that? Hey. So it has... Yeah, I think that's what it was. It's -2. Because 1 is always where it's at. 2 is where it needs to get to. There we go. Come on, update. You. Kiki. Why are you? I said it. I said it before. I think it's 2. Been like a year and change since I've done it. Break. Okay. You know what? I like the. I have a. It just popped into my head. I like this better. Right? We just check all of them. If we're too far away from one, there. Meanwhile, on the other side, it'll just continue to move towards it has its own. Right? So this will just give it the path, and then the outside can handle the more granular stuff. Otherwise, it will just keep returning beautiful. That's it. Weird thing is that it is getting directions, just not applying enough force to move. Like, as soon as I get within range. Oh. No, now it's not even applying. Unless I deleted it. Oh, I didn't. But not getting here. What does that mean? For you to get here, you have to go through this. It means that the direction is not being set. Current direction. Current not being set. Or it's just constantly returning. Because the distance. Faulty logics. What was the number? 0.8? Yes, it's greater than 0.4. Pretty sure that 0.8 is. Oh. Wow. Pretty sure it's 0. Think and go. Pretty sure it's 0. Still gonna go over there, brother? So, like, you see, it's getting direction. Yeah, see, it has a direction. Oh, I think I see what the problem is. We had to make that decision at some point. I think what it is that it's going deeper into the ground, or it's pushing downwards. And so its collider is making it require more force to move. Wait, why is it still getting... Oh, right. You check after it. See, like, right now, its collider is weird. It's acting like it should go... Which direction is weird? It's acting like it should go downwards. Where is the... Where's the dummy? Dummy is like over somewhere else. Dummy isn't looking for me at all. Ah. Dummy, dummy, dummy. What are you doing? Let's get rid of the distance check altogether. We don't care. This is giving us bad information. Almost there. Again, I could easily have just gone into an old project and look. Being stubborn. Eat mama wikiyama. Oh, mama. This thing is testing the limits of my capacity. does move to work? We got a destination. That destination is given to us right here. Target. Current target enemy. Transform position. Boom. Shakalaka. Then we go move to Sector 3 destination. So this is the position the player is at. Get the distance between us and the player. Distance is greater than the stopping distance. The current stopping distance. Oh. Okay, here we go. So if the distance is so if the current distance is the transform position, which we set when we first start off, and we just return. Otherwise, we try to get the dummy, and then we compare our position from the destination where the player is. And we get the current destination from the dummy. Let's take a look at what that dummy's pushing out. It would be crazy if the dummy's pushing out a local position and I didn't realize it. So the problem is here. Current stopping distance is too small. Let's do a print here. Let's get rid of these. Okay. Did I save in both? I think I did, right? No, we didn't. Okay. This is no bueno. What if we do this? Increase this to 13. There we go. It got stuck on a rock, I think. There's something going on with the math there. Try it that way. All right, let's see if it's pooling it. Not pooling. What's happening on that side? Well, I mean, the AI, we have mission accomplished, right? We got that part done. Next, we have to implement animations, but that's fine. And after that, we can implement damage. But those two should be very easy. This should have been easy. It's just that memory is very foggy on the stuff from AI nav mesh from like 2 years ago. Bear with me. Oh, it is there in the coffin. Where is it? Did I get rid of it? Oh, there it is. Okay, and it returned back to the pool. If I go back to it, do I get the same one? Nope, it crashed. Oh, well, actually, that's probably not the pool. That looks like it's an issue in the that looks like it's an issue over here. Enemies. There we go. All right, let's try it now. Oh. Okay. I think we forgot to save somewhere along the way. What did we forget? Specified cast is not valid. Pool manager. Okay, so now it's the pool is. Specified cast is not valid. Same issue. Because we dumped return. Okay. We did it the first time. Cast worked fine. So when we queue. All right, what's going on, man? When we are returning it as a component. On return is taking a component. Return is just I think the issue is the component that's being returned is not. Is not the or the type of component that's being returned is not same as the item. Do we mess with the item in any way? Do that when we do a return. Return is very small. It's just take the component. So the issue is when we're setting the where is it? The issue is probably in pull. This is fine. But when we do this, cast it as item, as component. It is already a component. I wonder. We'll try that in a second. Let's just see how this turns out. We just need it to return and come back. Nope. Nope. I'm very close to opening up my other project and grabbing that. Gonna do the same thing. This one is technically better, but the other one is better because of it. We got the enemy moving. I think we should just call it a victory, and then I'm gonna call it a night. What time is it? Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. I hate leaving projects like this, but way too much. I'm gonna call it here. All right, have a great night, and thank you for joining. I will try to make a new map tomorrow as well. Or, yeah, tomorrow, definitely tomorrow. Okay, that's it. That's gonna be it. Yeah. I think I'm burned. I'm looking at it and I'm looking at a wall. All right, have a great night, guys.